and Shatrugna. They were so effulgent. And there's a long story about it, maybe we can talk about it sometime. But here he is just 16 years old at this time. I'm going to take you a little bit of Ramayana. We can learn this beautiful lesson. He was so obedient to his father, he was willing to give his life for his father's one command. So when Dashrath was getting more attached, as he was growing, his attachment was also growing to the Lord Ramachandra. And at that time, one of the sage came to visit. And as soon as the sage comes to visit, any great sage comes to visit, previously it was a custom that you give an entire kingdom to the sage. Can you imagine? That means you offer your whole house. This is your house. Any guest you come. That was the custom. Can you imagine what high quality and high standard he was? So Dashrath asked, "What can I do, Vishwamitra Muni? I'm willing to give my life to you." He said, "Okay, so be it. First I need a promise from you." A blind promise. Don't ever do that. He said, "I want promise from you. Are you willing to give the promise?" He said, "Yeah, I'll give whatever I could." "Okay, I want your son, Ram, and travel with me." He said, "And kill all the demons." He said, "What? He's just 16 years. He hasn't got training of the military training at all. And you're telling me to go and be among those Rakshasas?" Whoa, it's like asking, your little son to go and fight in the US Army. Wow, it's like unheard of. Whoa, he's not even trained for the military or anything. He said, instead of that, I will come. He said, "No, I want your son." Said, "No." Then he fainted for several hours. And then he came back, and then another spiritual guide came and asked him, "No, you can't. You can't say no because he has asked for it." And then he said, "Then we will also come with Lord Ramchandra. We'll be backing up his. No, he will be in front, and we will be backing up with thousands of soldiers." He said, no need of soldier." And then he said, then he was really hesitant. He was almost refusing. He said, "Yeah, it's your duty. Once you promise, you can't break it." Then finally, the Vasishtha came and said, "This Vishwamitra Muni is capable of destroying all the demons himself. Don't worry. It will give glory to your son. Just allow. Just allow things." Now this may happen in our lives also. Sometimes we don't know how will you actually perform this devotional service, but we actually get into it, and then you see that something external powers have started helping you. You just start something. I want to make a temple or whatever. You want to start big thing, and sometimes with the help of Srila Prabhupada's mercy, the things were happening at that time. Like now also it can happen. So he said, "Okay." When he heard that, he got the solace, and he said, "Okay, I'll take Ram." And Lord Ram walked out along with the Lakshman. Lakshman was always there wherever Lord would go. And then they started walking, and then he killed two demons, Subahu and what is the demon's name? One lady. First demon was a lady who actually was like a demoness. Tataka and Subahu. Yeah. They were killed, and then finally they started walking. Now this is the thing, I'm coming to it. So when they started walking, and then there was an invitation they received to touch the bow of Shiva's bow. Shiva's bow was pretty huge. To see the Shiva's bow, and the Shiva had done so much. There's a long story. He did tremendous battle with the helping demigods to kill so many demons with that bow, and nobody could even lift that bow. So they were asked to see that bow, and they went there to see along with Vishwamitra. And that bow was so powerful, it was stated that 5,000 soldiers would come to just move the bow. And 10,000 elephants, they have to actually be on chariot with 10,000 elephants and 5,000 dragging from the back. And then bow could be moved with 5,000 soldiers and 10,000 elephants just to move. And when Sita was a little girl, she actually, what she did was she was just playing with the, children play with ball. So there was ball went under the where the Dhanush was kept. So what she did with her left hand, she put
only with one hand she was able to move.
Yeah, she just moved with one hand and took the ball out and she started playing with the other.
Then Janaka Maharaja saw that father of Sita Devi, and he told her, whoever lifts this Dhanush, then only I give, for that person I give my daughter.
Yes. Yes, very nice. So whoever could actually, because she was so powerful, she was not like a muscle or something, she was little girl. She had spiritual power. And then he said, well, husband has to be at least worth it, who could actually put, who could actually put a string around a bow. Who can do it? So that was a condition for her marriage, and they just went to see, Ramchandra just went to see. But before that, when first time when actually Lord Ramchandra entered, I think it was in one of the assembly where first time the Sita and Ram actually looking at each other, and immediately there was attraction. Immediately. Because it wasn't material, it was completely spiritual. They could understand this is something spiritual. And she was constantly thinking, this is what happens on the Jiva, just like our attraction for the Lord Krishna is immediate. Immediate. If we are pure, then holy name will attract us immediately. And she was so absorbed that she was constantly thinking about Lord Ramchandra all the time. And that was a time where it was a big assembly and people were coming with bulging muscle, nobody could move it. And at that time, finally, it was the order of Vishwamitra just to see if, he can touch this particular bow. So now Ramchandra started walking, and when he was walking, it was stated that as if the lion walking. It's a man with full confidence. So this is a very important lesson with Ramchandra, is that sometimes we become what is it called? In the name of self-confidence, we become atrocious. No? Arrogant, yes. Arrogant. In the name of self-confidence, we become arrogant. Now, what is the difference between arrogance and self-confidence? What is the difference with self-confidence and arrogance? The difference, you know the difference? How do you actually discriminate who is arrogant and who is self-confident?
With arrogance, it's that they feel like better than others. My understanding is like they feel...
Self-confident means you have to show you are better than others.
Isn't like some arrogant things that you're the cause of everything, like I'm the cause of my own greatness, but self-confidence is, I can have self-confidence, but I know that I'm not the doer. I know everyone had helped me.
Yes, you did that. So Lord Ramchandra was confident not on himself, but confident on his Guru. It's my Gurudev has actually given me the order to take a look at it. So I have a confidence because I have blessings of my spiritual master. Self-confident just without that blessing becomes arrogance. So in our life, whatever we do, we should do with the blessings, the right things in life, with the blessings of Guru and Vaishnava. So it's very important, otherwise it becomes arrogance. Even though in corporate world people are, you have to, I cannot say, I don't know anything. I got a job, I'm phone number, I can't say like that. But you have to show what you can do in your job. But then you have to realize I can only do this by the mercy of my Guru and Krishna. And I'm doing it for them. So then, even though we talk about your, what you can do and what you cannot, it doesn't become arrogance. It becomes a service. So Lord Ramchandra, when he was walking, he was like a lion. And then people, when they saw, they immediately understood he's the one who could actually live because he has a confidence. He had no worry about not able to do it or what is going to happen. Because he, of course, he was Supreme Personality, and he is showing a good example. So when he was walking, he actually first circumambulated. Wow. He didn't go and and offer respects to Shiva because it was Shiva Dhananjaya. So amanina manadena, give respect to others, like even though it was Shiva Dhananjaya, he didn't say, oh, Shiva is my Vaishnava and Dasa, is my servant. No, he was giving respect to Lord Shiva's Dhananjaya. And circumambulating is the most auspicious thing. And then, with the great honor, awe and reverence of everyone else, he just lifted in the left hand. Like a child lifts the mushroom like that, like Krishna lifted Govardhan on the just tip of his finger. He just lifted. River. Hello, Shri Ramchandra ki jai. Ram 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 Jaya Radhe Shyam. Ram 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 Jaya Sita Ram. Raghupati Raghav Raja Ram. Patita Pavana Sita Ram. Tried to put pratyanja, what is that, string on the bow, and he tried to stretch up and broke. And the whole thing broke into two parts, two pieces. Imagine such a mighty, and it was like a thunderbolt all over, all 14 planets was shaking. And then someone went to Sita and said, oh my God, finally you're going to get married, and you found somebody who is actually broke. And she was so absorbed in thought of Lord Ramchandra, she didn't even hear. Can you imagine? She was so absorbed in chanting the name of Lord Ram that she didn't even, it was all over 14 planets, but she couldn't even hear, and she was right there. Why? Absorption. Wow. If you have that absorption, then what do you get? Sri Ram. In your chanting, we had sometimes, there's children, they make noise here, there, or somebody talks here, disturbed. But Sita wasn't disturbed by anything. What to speak of anything? It was the biggest roar, and she was absorbed. Isn't that wonderful? And that time, when you were allowed to see Lord, if you are so absorbed, and then she just wanted to make sure that who is her? She wasn't excited. I'm going to get who is that? And then someone I said, okay, I don't care. Otherwise, I'm not. But at the time of Lord Ramchandra, look at his humility. Then he said, now you have won the hand of Princess Sita. Said, I'm not going to get married. So, whoa! Now he was like a big shock to the, imagine the bow, which was the criteria, was broken. Nobody could do that. And here is one person who did, and he's refusing to get married. Look at the condition of Janak Maharaj, the father of Sita. The bow is broken now. No one can put a joint and someone else next. He can't do that. It's all broke. And the condition was hard to meet. He was losing confidence himself. Janak Maharaj, who could lift this? And finally, who found somebody and he's saying, I can't do it. Why? Because he says, this is, marriage is a blessing I have to receive from my father. And if he agrees, then I can get married. Whoa, look at him, how you all. It wasn't, he was not interested in getting, he said, that is something, so it shows in all conditions, like, of course you can't find like this in Kaliyuga, like such, but it's such a beautiful example. And when the news reached the Vasishtha, the two spiritual masters, Vasishtha and Vishwamitra, if you go to a little background, they always used to fight with one another, like Tom and Jerry. They were like, but here, when they talk about Lord Ramchandra, they were the best of the friends. Haribol! Now, you may have enmities or everything or rivalry, but when you get absorbed in happiness of joy, of glorifying the Lord, all the enmities among ourselves with your biggest rivalries and everything becomes like a best friends. Another lesson. Huh? And they were so jubilant and they were so happy to tell Dashrath, finally your son broke and he's waiting there to get the permission. And in fact, the other guy, he said there is a better news. All the sisters are also going to get married to the Bharat, Lakshmana and Shatrugna. So there will be 4 marriages in one. It was so joyful. It was a great loving exchange. And then there was a great honor and pomp, everything was getting married. But at that time, before getting married, I think before or the first, just on the first day, he said, I will not marry more than one wife, because it was a tradition. Yeah. And all the ladies of Ayodhya felt great relief, because whatever the king does, the subject does. So all the people in Ayodhya, they were married multiple times. Because the Dashrath was, the king who had 3 wives, they said, okay, let's have one, 2. But when Lord Ramchandra declared, yes, I'll be only just having one wife, only one. The ladies, they felt great joy. And now only one husband. Our husband will remain with us only. So, of course, that's just a side thing. But it was great joy. And then it was arranged that, and when the Kaikai sent a message at that time, when they get married, ask them to come directly to my first palace before meeting his own mother. You have to meet me. There were 3, stepmother asked. Kaikai was the stepmother. I said, okay. So as soon as Lord Ramchandra was married with Sita and Lakshman and everyone else, all 4 couples, first they entered in an assembly of Kaikai, the mother of Lord Ramchandra, stepmother. And she said, on your wedding day, I'll give you the gift of my entire mansion, this Kanak Bhavan, the gold mansion, which Dashrath made, this most magnificent and beautiful mansion. She was from Russia, by the way. She gave the entire mansion to Lord Ramchandra because she loved Lord Ram more than her own son, Bharat. She loved him so much that she gave the whole, imagine your wedding gift for your son is like giving your own house and walking out. And very precious, it's not some, need rehabs. Ramchandra will do the rehabs. It was a golden mansion, it was wonderful. Then how it was possible that such a wonderful personality turned to go against Lord Ramchandra. The person who loved Lord Ram more than her own son, how come she changed to ask him to go 14 years in exile and make her own son a king?
Bad association.
Because
Huh?
The wrongs.
Yeah, you got it. Huh? What you are saying?
to be frank, I remember Kaikeyi Mataji's maid Mandara. She comes and she poisons her, see, how come you are giving kingdom to Lord Rama when Pattabhishekam, something they call, right? So how come you make him own this kingdom? You have a son, he should have the kingdom, not Ram. So then Kaikeyi will get poisoned by Mandara, and then later on she will tell to King Dasharatha that, she will tell to Ramchandra that, I want you to go for Vanavasam, leave, because I want to have my son get the kingdom like this. This is somewhat I recently said.
Yes, very well. Now, how that thing could happen is only because of association. So whom we associate with, we can be a best devotee, but if somebody tells us against something, and then we will go completely out of Krishna consciousness. We'll be just go like 360 degrees. So it's very important whom we associate with. If we don't have a proper association of materialistic people all the time, then eventually what's going to happen is you will be poisoned by material desires. Just like she was poisoned with this thing. So we can be also poisoned by. Now, why are you saying it's poison? Material desires are poison. In Sanskrit, material desire is called visha. Vish means poison. Why do you say that material desires are poison? People want, so you see the advertisement outside, more you have material desires, you will be happier. But here the spirituality is completely opposite. It says the more you have material desires, you will be poisoned. And when we got poison, what happens?
You die.
Thank you. And the result, why we are here? Because we are in by material desire. What is the proof?
Fear.
Lord Ramchandra came, Krishna came, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came, Prabhupada came, we are still here. Huh? I guess people will come to Bhakti Center before Kalki comes.
Yeah.
Because Kalki is not going to preach anybody. He'll just come and cut off.
Yeah.
There's no preaching left that time. He'll just come with the sword and like, that's it. And then we don't want to wait till Kalki comes. Huh?
Yeah, I have a question. I completely agree and understand that what you said. But then it's kind of hard when we go out to preach or we go out to sort of, to share, this amazing thing that's here. Sometimes you have to form relationships or some connection with, individuals who have very materialistic mindsets. And I think it takes a lot of I guess on the part of that person who's going and sharing this knowledge, I think for them, it takes a lot of good association for them to go and do that, because they need somewhere to take shelter of.
Yes.
And I was just bringing up the point because it's hard to stay away from it completely, but we have to,
Yes, if you're preaching,
Yeah.
That's why it is very important for us to have our sadhana proper. Otherwise, it happens with devotees also. It's maybe drifted away completely. So it's like getting into the bus. You are asking somebody to get into the bus of Transcendental Prabhupada bus. But if we are not holding the rod properly, that other person, instead of you pulling it, that person will pull you off the bus. So if you are not holding it tight, then it happens that you get bewildered. But working with material nature, you don't know how subtly it acts. It happens all the time. So therefore, we have to be careful to have a strong association with devotees. Strong, in the sense that make sure that you take shelter of the holy name books. You may not have personal all the time, personal, but you can have books, you have the holy name, you have daily sadhanas. So that way you are well situated in your sadhana. And the thing is, when you are giving others, you should be able to use your intelligence to filter it. And to have that intelligence to filter it, you need to sharpen your intelligence daily. And what is the sharpening? Is Nityam Bhagavata Sevaya, hearing and chanting. That sharpens your intelligence. If your intelligence is not sharper, then you will not be able to discriminate preaching between material sense gratification. So that is a very important principle. That's why it is safer to, of course we preach, but at the same time we remain take right association. And and we should always think that I'm always giving on behalf of Srila Prabhupada. He's the one who's Acharya, he's the enjoyer. But sometimes if we think that, I'm doing this, I'm preaching, then finish. The Maya is going to take you over. But if you think you're a representative and they are just connecting, I'm just connecting it to previous Acharya, you're safe. That's important. So anyways, okay, I'll just, any other questions or comments? So we'll be having a session on Ramayana stories today. Different people will speak on different pastimes of Lord Ramchandra. So we'll have little kirtan. And today, if you just remain absorbed in hearing and chanting, thinking that this is your only opportunity. Today I got this Navami for 12-hour festival. It's my only opportunity to get purified. If you take this opportunity as a shelter, not as some I need to hear wonderful kirtan, I need to hear this, and I have this opportunity right now. Let me get absorbed. And today morning we were chanting and it felt like such a blissful time. Though there was disturbance, but it was still very blissful. Do you think it was good? Yes? You missed it, but it was really a good association. When you chant alone and you chant in a group, you make the difference yourself, yes?
Yeah.
You chant alone, you are like mostly not sleeping, or think your mind will go more deviate. But when you chant together, you hear the others saying the Hare Krishna mantra, and then you are like, oh yeah, Hare Krishna.
Yeah, we did Japa. I was feeling like, because to be honest, I never really liked doing Japa with other devotees. I don't know why, I just didn't really like it much. But today was the first time I felt like, wow, this is so amazing, because I feel that it took me so deep into the heart space, and where I just felt like I'm not alone in this journey. I'm like really trying to get out of here.
Yes.
We are all in it, and everyone is really fighting really hard, and it made me go into that mood, and I wouldn't have it's hard for me to get in that mood.
Yes.
It's hard for me to get in, and I prayed to Krishna, please help me get into this mood. I wake up and I'm not in this mood. But with other devotees, it was just like instant. I didn't have to try. It was just right unfolded in front of me.
So this is the power of association. You're struggling all your life and suddenly you come in association. Wow, you just Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna is appearing right now. As if, So it's just wonderful. So this is the proof that it works. You're just like when you're here right now, you're not somewhere watching movies right now. And you don't feel missing it, right? Out now. Why? Because you are in association. You are absorbed. Your mind is there. Your heart is here. So it is become easier. The process become easier. So the same thing happened to Manthara. She was actually contaminating the consciousness of Kaikai. She had so much love for Lord Ramchandra. She first refused. No, it cannot be. But she continued, pest her, and she kept speaking. And after a long time, her mind, she started, oh yeah, it makes sense. And then she became just like Manthara. She became just like Manthara's. Her whole system was actually just like Manthara. She was talking the same language as Manthara. It's as if you get possessed. So the material association possesses you like a pishachi. That's why Acharya says Jiv Jago, Gaura Chandra Bole, Kotai Nidra Jago Maya, Pishachi Akore, Jiv Jago, Gaura Chandra Bole. The Supreme Lord is saying, please wake up, sleeping soul, lap up. We are sleeping on a lap of Pishachi, witch. Like witch, you are sleeping on the lap of witch. What witch does? She possesses you and makes your mind think what she wants you to think. Right?
We all have witches in our mind.
Yeah, we have been possessed. I think they were watching a few months ago a movie, Shah Rukh Khan movie. I just happened to see the glimpse. I don't even remember. I don't watch movies. But the Shah Rukh Khan, he actually possesses the good Shah Rukh Khan. Like that, something like I don't remember, I don't watch movies, but I happened to see some glimpse. So he has possessed and they finally become one. So the thinking is become like you just possess the other person's thinking. And you just don't think independently at all. You actually think what the ghost wants you to think. Wow. The material nature possesses you. Why? Because you are in association. You are with strong association of Maya. So they say, run! Bhakti Yoga Center, run! Yeah, get out! Oh, I don't want to hear Hare Krishna. No, run! Run, Hare Krishna, no. Just like Mahaprabhu was saying, oh God, he was just saying, Krishna. I'm not God, I'm servant of the God.
But I feel like because girls are so weak physically, they need some kind of power to like dominate over. So I'm sure that's why a lot of the witches, possess, because they're so weak physically, they need some kind of.
Yes. So, believe me, outside world is going to possess your mind. Am I right or wrong? Your thoughts and the activities, the attraction that possess your mind. And you completely become a product. Instead of becoming a product and representative of Krishna, you become a product and representative of Maya. Whoever you go, you represent not Krishna anymore. You give others Maya, more illusion. By your association, you are giving more Maya to others. Am I right or wrong? Yes? You become a representative of Kai. Kai become a representative of mantra. So we become a representative of mantra instead of becoming representative of Ramchandra. So our choice, do we need to represent mantra or do we need to represent Lord Ramchandra or Krishna? Wow, it's such a simple thing, but why it is so hard? In India, one of my godbrother was saying he was looking for Ravan Samhita.
What? Actually,
Ravan Samhita. That
there are places in
Yeah.
South India where they worship Rama.
Ravan, yeah, but
Brahmana.
he was a Brahmin son and he was a scholar. He knew Vedas.
But
A
still
great
you
devotee
cannot
of Lord
worship.
Shiva also.
Lord Shiva. He was worshipper of Lord Shiva. He lifted the Kailash and his beautiful prayers to Lord Shiva.
Yeah.
Shiva Tandava.
Shiva.
Now he knew the Vedas, but he did not know Vedanas. Are you getting what I'm saying? Vedas means knowledge, but he wasn't sensitive to other people's needs. He wasn't compassionate. So if you just know the knowledge and no compassion in your heart, then all that knowledge will cause destruction.
And his self-confidence turned into arrogance.
Yeah. If, again, I will repeat what I just spoke. If you just have a scriptural knowledge also, but if you are not humble, if you are not sensitive to the other people's need, the same knowledge, even though you give class on Bhagavad Gita, Srimad Bhagavatam, or whatever, if you are not humble, then that's fall. Because you are not able to understand the sensitivity of other people. If somebody is suffering, who cares? If you think like that, if somebody else is suffering and somebody is dying here and you don't even want to give water, what's the use of your knowledge? What's the use of all your big speaking of big philosophy and everything? So that really sages doesn't become, there was a sage, I was wanted to speak about the sage. When Lord Ramchandra was killing all this demon, he wasn't impressed. Only when he heard that dust of the lotus feet of Lord Ramchandra delivered, what's her name? The one who was Ahilya. Ahilya. There was one lady who became a rock due to the curse. When the dust of her lotus feet delivered the Ahilya, that was compassion of Lord Ramchandra. It was so sweet that he became, and Ahilya was supposed to be his mother, that sage, and he became impressed. Oh my God, I couldn't believe. But so the sages, if you're a great soul, they are not actually, you have. They get impressed by how compassionate you are.
What if you have compassion but no knowledge? Like how helpful is that?
That was Arjun. Before giving Bhagavad Gita, he had compassion, but he had his own philosophy. Huh? Without doubt, it's both needed. Religion and philosophy, both are needed. So you have to have proper guidance. Otherwise, the same compassion becomes a cause of also your not performing your duties properly. Huh? Right? He says, where these impurities have come to you. That's what Bhagavad Gita says. First thing he speaks. You talk like a pandit, but you are a fool. Where these impurities have come to you. So this compassion became impurities. So you may feel compassion, not really following parampara and proper authority. That becomes a cause of your fall down. That compassion can become cause of your fall down. So you have to always see whether am I doing right? And Krishna does help. Even though your mind sometimes gets bewildered, but Krishna does intervene and he protects you. Of course, if you just take shelter. Because, huh? Yeah. But who can take guidance? Only if you're humble. If you're not humble, you won't take guidance. My mind is Rama's verdict. It becomes like that. It's not like that. You have to be falling at someone's feet. If you don't know how to fall, then your false ego, that is the ultimate thing. You will be like a Raman. You have just roaming as if you're actually you're offending devotees and around, and you have all this scripture knowledge, but if you don't know how to fall or whatever, then it becomes really as yesterday we were talking day before, it becomes offense. So that you should avoid, and therefore the Kaikai's condition became very offensive towards Lord Ramchandra. And she just lost vision. Who is Lord Ram? Can you imagine? She just did not understand you're actually dealing with Supreme Personality of Godhead. Ramchandra along with Sita, she just couldn't get it because she became captive on her own son.
I was reading something about attachment, her attachment.
Yes.
That caused. You have to practice detachment.
Yes. But she also had attachment of Lord Ramchandra, but she became more bodily conscious instead of becoming, and she had wrong association that helped her to increase her association with Pishachis.
Isn't that some kind of benefit? Like at least she was attracted to Ram. Like doesn't that signify anything?
Yeah, so she was ultimately protected.
Oh.
It was just a thing. Lord Ramchandra accepted her.
Oh.
She was not exiled or something. Yeah.
He never denounced her. He
Yeah.
always.
He always treated her
Same
as.
way. It was her son who denounced her.
And this Bharat. About it for a long time. Sorry, Prabhu. Bharat. Sometimes it's hard to keep awake in Ramayana. But the Bharat was such a wonderful personality that this is very important. This is very practical. Everyone wants authority. I want to be so and so.
Yes.
I want to be a president or this and that. But they don't want to take a responsibility. Authority everyone wants, but the responsibility nobody wants. Bharat did exactly opposite. What did he do?
He told his mom, I should not own this kingdom, only brother should own this kingdom.
Yes.
And wherever in the forest, wherever they are, he will take slippers on
Yes.
his head and he will go and he will go and he will tell that these slippers only will rule your kingdom, I won't be the ruler. And he will get his slippers and he will put on a throne and that slippers will just show up. After 15 years he'll come back and then he will sit on a throne.
He said he will burn himself if
Yeah.
what he was
So,
that committed.
yeah. But what did he do? He just did reverse it. Materialistic people, they want authority but no responsibility. He renounced the authority, but he took the responsibility of the kingdom. Of the entire kingdom, he never did anything wrong. He just said, I will take the full responsibility of Ayodhya in absence of my brother.
Father and my brother.
Yeah, father and my
Not
brother.
be the king.
But he never took the authority of being a ruler of Ayodhya. Wow, what a great, you make others more glorious.
They're from other
And you
places.
do everything. So that's, even in the Vaishnava line, Devotee is like a salt. Why it's called salt? Because he likes salt. Devotee is like salt. You know what? It's beautiful. This is like Bharat. Devotee is like a salt because it gives taste to the preparation, but nobody can see it.
Yes.
The salt, you can't see it. But without the salt, you will say, oh my God. You might say, you won't tell that person, but without, imagine if somebody prepares huge feast and no salt. Say, I'm not Bala. Leave me or something. You won't enjoy the food. Do you like the food? If that day we came, imagine if there was no salt. So the same thing, it gives a fragrance and a taste of everything, but you such sweet. So this is a lesson for the management lesson. The managers doesn't come like always in front, but they remain at the background, but it gives given so much. So Bharat was like that. He was actually taking the responsibility, and you know what he did? He had matted hair. He had what is that? Had a tree bark around him. Imagine king with tree bark, and he was sleeping in the outside. Since Lord Ramchandra was outside, so he was sleeping outside the kingdom. So he was outskirts of the kingdom, and he was sleeping under the way below the where the people can sleep.
Yes.
So he was wanted to make sure that he sleeps lower level than Lord Ramchandra. It's awesome. And he was only eating and drinking what Lord Ramchandra was drinking. Eating and he was eating barley. How many people would like to take that as a prasad barley soaked in cow urine? Wow, that's pretty austere. They would probably barley soaked with cow urine. Here is a prasad.
One meal.
One meal a day. And
One meal, yeah. That's pretty austere. And he did not, Lord Ramchandra had his wife with him, but he take care at home, and he was
all
saying,
the four brothers.
all the four brothers, yeah.
Wives and brothers.
Yeah, all three of them.
Yeah, all,
Three
all three of them. Only Ramchandra
Yeah.
had. But all the three, like the wives were also like kind of pronounced order of life for 14 years.
Yeah. So this is most amazing. This is like you see that, wow, what a quality of a leader. It's just one after another. And Hanuman, I don't want to even go there. I'll let somebody else speak on that topic of Hanumanji. So Ramayana is full of Vilas Prabhu, if you get time, just read his Ramayana. Amazing book on Ramayana. It's like a real time. He is actually giving IIM and management seminars based on Ramayana. In fact, there was a king, Chhatrapati Shivaji. You might have heard somebody. Shivaji was a great king, and he took all the lessons from Ramayana and Mahabharata. Even there is a Star Wars was actually built upon the Ramayana. Author did confirm that the Star Wars, he said, I took the ideas from Ramayana. So you can see that in Bali, if you go, it's thousands of years ago, you can see that Lord Ramchandra's beautiful big monument, and he's actually shooting at distance. You go and you see the deer is getting shot, and then all the beautiful pastime for many years. And in several places like even Zoroastrian, they have their own Ramayana version. Dasa, some Lord Ramchandra's. And then in Africa, if you go, one of the devotees went to Africa. You know this? And they gave, sannyasi gave gift to the king of Africa. And he said, yeah, we also have Ramayana. They call it differently, and and we are the descendant of Kusha.
But the Mayan culture had Ramayana.
Yes, Mayan culture is a Mexican, if you go down, they are actually followers. Mandodari was from Mayan culture. Mayan means the South America. In fact, he had built a place, the tunnel to Brazil. And it's amazing. And there is you can see from right now you can see from as everybody knows this fact, I don't have to say that. If you go and Google it, Sri Lanka. Yeah, there is a bridge.
It's very small, I think it's Ram Setu.
In fact, they found one of the stones of that bridge.
Yeah.
In South India, one temple, they have that stone which doesn't sink, it floats, and it's Ram. So, like the scientific fact. So-called scientific.
He has amazing knowledge.
So, being a part of being so-called scientist, I like the scientific part. So, there are certain scientific parts, scientific things which were discovered, which actually to science, but no. So then now science has agreed. The so-called science has agreed that it is. So there, the science initially thought that human existed not more than 10. No, it is more, and now it is more than a million, because there are when dinosaurs fossils were found. So, and we know that Homo sapiens, but there are different other species too, and the all this, and according to the Hindu this thing, Ramayana happened 1 million years ago, and there were description on each place. The flora and fauna of the described in the Ramayana is exactly 1 million old. Is described, it is extinct. Has been found, and there is a 4-tusked elephant which were 4-tusked elephant, and that is actually fossils have found, and they were 1 million year old.
Wow.
So exactly 1 million old time period which the Ramayana says, it is there, and it has been very clearly described that the Ramayana, the places and their the hot spring, and that spring is not existing anymore in Sri Lanka, but actually that was a situation and that was there. So all these science is very Ramayana, and even the Hanuman, the monkey, Varna Sena, they were not human. They were the other human species which were there in the existence at that time, which became extinct. So it is not something completely, like the thing which we compare now, the monkey. How can a monkey be that smart? No, there were species which were there, which extinct. So this is all things too. I like to read all that.
The herbs mentioned, like for different, like how Sushena sent Hanumanji to bring 4 herbs and bring Sanjeevani.
The Sanjeevani booty, they said
With the
when
Sanjeevani.
Lord Lakshman was sick, was injured, they were given Sanjeevani. He wanted Sanjeevani booty, so Hanuman went to the Himalaya and brought the whole, because when he went to the Himalayan mountain, a specific mountain, they said, and he couldn't recognize, he brought it to Sri Lanka. So that mountain, knowledge of that mountain and the species of the trees very well described in Ramayana. They are not existing anymore. So very clearly all those things are actually matching with Ramayana. So Ramayana is history now. Scientists are, because initially scientists didn't believe that human existed a million years ago. But now, because of the fossils, different fossils they are found with the were there, and the different of human which were similar to human and monkey were there at that time. So
yeah, and you were also mentioning about exact precise the difference. There are 70 miles.
yeah, so when Sita Devi was that from Ayodhya, he went to UP first, Chitrakoot, Madhya Pradesh, in central India part, and the central India part Ramayana, and in the Karnataka Andhra border where the Sita Devi was, and he came through. He took Pushpaga Vimana. So Pushpaga Vimana is like a flight. It doesn't go by the road, right? It's flight. And when you look into the description of how it went to the Sri Lanka, exact latitude, if you see, it went in a straight, like zigzag latitude, in a way which is the shortest distance between Sri Lanka. It clearly says that it was an aeroplane. So it was a very description of aeroplane which was there, Pushpaka Vimana, and it was exactly that went in that, and the time period, that is more important. The time period is mentioned in that Surya, that the sun, solar were like this, the stars were like that. This time when the sun was, it was a bad omen, bad thing and bad time. And the time of the solar system was like this. That the time when Sita Devi was Apaharan, and when it reached Sri Lanka, this was the time, a very good description. An exact time, if you see, it's a very shorter time than walking if you walk. At the same time, there's if you even now, if you Google it, from South to Ayodhya, if you just put map Ayodhya, it will say 21 days, and in Ramayana it is Ayodhya.
It's like Dashera to Diwali.
Diwali. So exactly 21 days. That's 21 days it just takes.
Dashera after killing 21
So it's
days.
all very precisely mentioning about the flora and fauna, precisely mentioning about the species where even the animals, even the everything. It's amazing. It's amazing.
Unfortunately, people still think that it is a mythology.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not mythology.
It's
That's why my godmother started a channel called Satology. Ramayana is Satology. Sat means truth. It is a truth, absolute truth. And he started a whole channel basically, and he gives practically every day. He comes like a news. Yeah, it's a YouTube channel, Satology. And he asks all those people, it's just amazing how the whole system, unfortunately by others, there are some fanatics in every religion. They took over the birthplace of Lord Ramchandra and made a mosque on top of it. The thing is, unfortunately, people in this Kali Yuga, they take all these good things and push and try to tell that this is yours and that is mine. But Lord Ramchandra it's a universal principle. It's not belong to a religion. It's not for Hinduism. universal principle. Some knowledge in their own religion. So we are just reawakening what has been taught in your own religion, but it was lost. Just like in Parsi, because that's they say Ahuram Mazda. That's what they worship. There's a Ram in there. Ahuram, the name they worship. There's a Ram there. And in Egyptian, what is that? That mummies? What is it called? Pyramids. Pyramids. So, now what will you say about that? They have Ram's name in different places. Ram's name is there. So this is in so many caves which were ancient. Showed million the aeroplanes. Now aeroplane was, we know only the Wright brothers, but this was million years ago. There was an aeroplane. Can you imagine? When Lord Ramchandra traveled in the air, so beautiful that he took the entire army of a soldier, and there was no, there was no, I don't have space when I get inside. It could expand. Whole monkey soldiers were traveling in air. It's amazing. It's just one after another. There are so many pastimes. Just one small thing I just wanted to say. This is a very important lesson. Where come as a Ravan, he came as a sadhu, a religious person. And he came, he was a demon with 10 heads, but he appeared as if I'm a very innocent person. I'm the one, he asked for the begging and everything. So sometimes out of the compassion, again, we couldn't discriminate what is right, who is the real one and who is false. So people fall. They try to behave that they are, like the demonic sources. It says it came as a entertainment only for kids, and you can know how to farm. That's how the television came in India. How to do farming, and a little bit program for the children. That's it, 2 hours I remember, and black and white, and then it came color, then channel. Then it expanded and it captured the mind, and then in internet and everything, it's just capturing everyone's mind. So if it's not used properly, then it can be deviated. So therefore, the Guru actually is just like Sita. When Lord Ravana came, he had what is it called? Lakshmana Rekha. So this is the boundary as written. But if we don't understand the meaning of the boundaries, you can be lost. You think it's a restriction on me. Oh, not eating meat, it's a restriction. Or this is it's a restriction. The chanting of the holy name is not restriction on your mind, but it is a protection. So it's just joyful condition. Sita, of the compassion of Ravana, thinking that she was more of a threat. He said, I'm going to curse you that your whole dynasty will be lost. Ravana started cursing. Imagine, Brahmana's curse is a big thing. So he started cursing, you will lose your whole dynasty and everything, and everything will be lost if you don't give me food outside this boundary. and she had to cross the mountain. Was put by Lakshman, this is for your protection. Boom.
Like Mataji and Ram in the forest, there is one golden deer appears, which attracts Lord Sita Mataji. That is Maya,
Yes.
a golden deer. So she will ask Ram, please give. So he will go back off it, and then suddenly in the forest, Lakshmana hates Sita, and Lakshmana will be protecting Lord Sita. She'll tell after hearing the sounds and all, your brother is in danger. Go save him. Go save him. How come? She'll say this. You are having some bad impression or thoughts on me. Then he says, you are like my mother. How come you think like that? And then he cries, and then he will. Okay, I will go and pray to God, and he'll put the Rekha, Lakshmana Rekha. Don't cross this if anyone comes or anything, I'll go and get the brother. He will go. Then Ravana appears as a what's it, sadhu.
Yeah.
Sadhu, and he begs for the fruits. Then she will come inside, she will be in some other mind, and then she will get some fruits, and then she will try to give him. She will be inside the Sadhu, can you please come forward and take this means? Then the Sadhu will tell that, see, I'm a Brahmin, you right? Then he will curse, as you told, right? Your dynasty will go away and all. Then he will think, and then she will cross the line, and then she will do the food. Then he will show his 10 heads.
Yeah. So we have to be determined to be what our gurus have told us to do. Chant 16 rounds, because there are so many allures. If we continue chanting, continue hearing, and in fact, there was it was such a magnificent fight he gave to Ravana to save Mother Sita. They were flying, and there was a vulture who saw, and
Yes.
it was such a beautiful fight. He was an old man, nothing. He had no strength to fight demons. Imagine you have been told to fight with underworld king with all the bullets and everything, and you are alone and you're old man. What is your hope to fight against underworld gang leader? You have what? Let me die of Lord Ramchandra. And what he did was, he knew he's going to die in this battle. So there was a nakshatra called Swati nakshatra, and he made him wait, and it became a second nakshatra. Nakshatra means it's a time where if you lose anything, you get it back, as per the astrology. So there are different names, I do not remember exactly the name. So he made sure he passed the period where he can get it. Sure that Sita comes back to Lord Ram by fighting also. And in that process, he gave up his life. In a sense, he was very badly injured, and he was waiting for Ram. And finally, Lord Ram came. And in such a wonderful way, he get to leave the body and the lap of Lord Ramchandra and Lord Ram. What a beautiful service. Even though he left his body, but he was victorious. In the battlefield, he won. But both are devotees. One who won the battle, other one lost the battle. Loser? No. He was also victorious. Even though we don't to become perfectly Krishna conscious or perfectly a great devotee, perfect, everything very high standard, but we still, in eyes of Lord Ramchandra, we could, and then you see, Lord Ramchandra will come. So, I'm just, there are so many long, sweeter and shorter. Okay, thank you. Take the prasad.
Get some prasad.
We make so much.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama,
Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Krishna Hare
He just disappeared.
No, I think it was somebody looking for that. I was ready, so I'm playing a little bit.
Okay, no worries. No.
Is it allergy? Allergy?
I had the same problem. It's coming, I felt like it was coming back yesterday.
Yeah, for me it's been like almost 1 week.
For me, it's been like almost a month.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2 months. Neither do you?
Yeah, and now play the harmony.
Wasn't it? What do you want?
Move the speaker, you just move that.
Yeah, you can disconnect the speaker because unplugged.
Kaisa?
I can see you. Like after you or something. So we can hear you. What? Go down, go in, down, go in. We can
So we have Sachin Prabhu.
Hello.
Bhakti. Yesterday, Himalayan.
Oh,
So we have to welcome them by loudly chanting.
Haribo!
That's my wife, and then that's our son Mohan.
Yeah, so we have a whole day events of people coming in and out. And, yeah. So we also have prasadam. We're going to have a kirtan. We already. everybody here are the great musicians. Alberto is one of the. He's only 26 years old. Sorry, 27.
Enjoy it.
He sings like a Gandharva. The time is running out, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. One 15?
Is it what?
Indian time or? You were saying 1:15. So after that. We'll meet. Today is
No, thank you.
Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Krishna. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Rama. Hare Rama, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Rama Hare Krishna. So we are extremely fortunate to have a special His Holiness who has kindly agreed to come. He is the author of 40 books. He has also written commentary on Ramayana and several other books. Yeah, several books. Just to give a
They're behind you.
one of his books. His Divine Grace is and we may be here by His Holiness. A lot of nice. We have to attend. We have to give you ear. We shouldn't be asking for material. Whatever. So the best way to please the great soul is to hear from them and ask questions. So that is the best way to serve the great souls. So we are fortunate to have Manunath Prabhu or Maharaj so kindly going to bless us on this wonderful occasion of Rama. Hare Krishna. We also have Raghav Chaitanya Prabhu, who is a Prabhupada disciple. He's also
I'm not Prabhupada disciple. I've been serving and I haven't got it right yet. It takes sometimes hundreds of years, but the longer you serve, the more people will benefit. Whomever you meet in the bathroom, at work, that's pretty. So at the end of
Hare Krishna, everybody. Very happy to be here. Today is a very special occasion called Navami. So first brief. Question more. Is explaining what was the meaning of Rama Navami. So, and the lunar month is divided in 2 fortnights. One is called Shukla, and the other one is called Krishna. So, the first fortnight, it begins with Purnima, the full moon, and then there is Pratipat, and the moon 15 days after we have Amavasya. Amavasya means black moon or new moon. Count from the last Amavasya, 9 and Lord. So this is 9 is said that the 9th Tithi or the Amavasya cycle is the day where Lord Ramachandra appeared. So we have no recording. So anyway, I will have to answer our. Oh, it does. But the audio is very poor. You know, it's very poor. People doesn't really. You should do. Means the path, means the story, means the adventure of Lord Ramachandra. This is one of the most beautiful stories ever told. And Lord Ramachandra is an incarnation of Lord Vishnu, and we are going to see. Ramayana was written by Valmiki Muni, and there are others who are called Ramayana. But they are not bona fide. The real Ramayana was written by Valmiki Muni. It is composed of 24,000. Considering the Srimad Bhagavatam as 18,000, that means that Ramayana is 1/3 larger than the Srimad Bhagavatam. It's divided in 7. And so the first is called Balakanda, and we are going to start. Means child. So it goes from the moment before Lord Ramachandra appeared, and to the point with when he met. The days of great tragedy. I'm going to tell the story now. One day, he said, so that the hunter killed one bird while he was with a companion. And so the female companion of the bird started to cry and say very sad words. And Valmiki was watching the scene and he cursed the hunter. But they don't look at hunters very favorably. This is not sport. Sport would be if the hunter and the rifle and the. That's sport. Otherwise, it's murder. When you kill a person. So, Valmiki Muni had a guru whose name was Narada Muni. History. And Narada Muni told the story to Valmiki because Valmiki important personality, someone who deserves his life to be taught. The most important person is Lord Rama. And then he starts story, Narada Muni, to Valmiki. And Valmiki the hunter. Usually we have to say quote unquote, because nothing is really casual. The way he cursed, it came out as a very poetic way of expression. And because he was born by the shoka, shoka in Sanskrit means sadness. And from that day, the particular style called shloka, the word shloka, which means coming from shoka, from sadness. So he started to tell the story of Lord Ramachandra, taking the opportunity that actually the wife of Lord Ramachandra and her two sons were living in his, so he could have some input from there. But of course, Valmiki was seeing the story by his own transcendental. And he told the story to Kushailava. Kushailava are the sons of Lord Ramachandra. And Valmiki said to Kushailava, go and tell the story to everybody. It's so beautiful, it's very story. It's a transcendental lila. So go and tell everybody. So Kushailava started to travel all over India. Ramachandra was, and they told the story of Ramachandra to Ramachandra. His son, after you will come to know. So he just listened to the story. It was so beautiful, not only because the story of itself, but also the way these two young boys were telling. So he had the desire to know it in detail. So here is our. He said that Kushalava tell the story to Lord Rama in Boys started to say that there was a king called Dasharat, who was the father of Rama, and he had a desire. He wanted to have sons, but he couldn't. Although he had 3 wives, they just couldn't get pregnant. Called a sage, Muni, and Rishasringa, they said, if I can do it, I will. And the Yagya, like our Yagya, it's just how you say, just something huge with fire. Or this man retreat or would do something different. Some was retiring the Rig Veda, was something really extremely beautiful. Right now we don't have the qualification to do this kind of yagyas, but at the time was something to watch. So at the time, while the yagya was being performed by Rishasringa and his devas in the upper planets, they met, and they were very worried because there was at the time one big, great asura. Asura means demon. Actually, the word asura, I explained the etymology yesterday in the class, that when when many things came up from the ocean, one of the things who came was a Suri created a particular way of beverage which was very intoxicating. It was not made of alcohol, okay? But if you drink it, you get inebriated very quickly. So Suri offered the amrita, it was a kind of amrita. Shura. And we want that. We don't want. So they rejected the Suri, and then they came to be known as Asura or Asura, the word does not refer to anything divine or demoniac, but the devils came to be known as Sura, and the demons came to be known as Asura. All this story is in the Mahabharata. So the Devas said that we had to solve this problem. Come in this world in specific forms. We got this big demon whose name was Ravana, and he had a curse. They had to be respected. You curse with us. He won't work because he didn't work with Ravana. So even Krishna respects. When Krishna was cursed by Gandhari, she cursed Krishna, me, same cursed. But years ago, the whole what was the name? Dynasty. The whole of your dynasty will perish. And you, the end of the Mahabharata, the war at Kurukshetra, this is what happened. So curse or blessing must be forgotten, respected. Curse is some blessings, and that's why the devil come down in this world in very particular, strange forms, and bears, and etc. So Ravana could not be killed by any devas or by any etc. Of course, during the, but this is another story I'm going to tell after. So the three wives of Dasharat, they got pregnant. And, they yeah. From the first wife of Dasharat, whose name was Kausalya, came Rama, which we know, Lord Ramachandra. And from the second, he came con Kaikeyi. That is the second. Mitra, which is the third. Twins. Patrugna and Lakshmana. This is the four sons, but the three wives. There was a particular way by which these women, they got pregnant. So they so one day Rama at that time was about 15, so he was a boy. A sage at Dasharat court, and the sage was called Vishwamitra. Vishwamitra is a very famous sage, very, very famous. Because he was a Brahmashi, but had a very particular story, because he was probably the only one, or one of the very few, who from Kshatriya qualified Brahman, but became a Maharshi. The Brahmarshi is the highest. So Vishwamitra became a Maharshi, and he came and he said, the sacrifices. So we need you to come and kill this demon. Very powerful warrior, has no problem to kill anybody. But Vishwamitra said, no, I don't want you, nor your army. I want your sons. Two of them, they are born. And they finished, they called. He said, no, I want them. Was prone to refuse him better you don't do it. Because you are going to have troubles in this life and the next life. The Brahmana, whatever they ask, you must do. And Vishwamitra was about to get upset. He said, so at the end, the Brahmana, the court Brahmana said that, okay, do it, because otherwise he is going to be kingdom. So Rama and Lakshmana, they went, and there are many to the place where Vishwamitra was doing the sacrifices, and very nice story. One that would be very, whose name was Maricha, but we are going to meet Maricha in maybe 10 or 15 minutes, because Maricha is story. When everything was settled, Vishwamitra said, now I want you to come and visit of a very important king, and he's giving his daughter in. But only those who will be able to lift a very heavy bow. A bow? A bow? Bow. A very important. Huh? Bow. Very important bow. Very heavy. Actually, it was a Shiva's bow. So you can imagine how. And string it and send an arrow through very, let's call it like that. Only then this was the reincarnation of a sage called Vedavati, who was one of the persons or the sages of the women who cursed the Ravana to be killed because of a woman. And Vedavati reappeared as a partial incarnation of Lakshmi Devi, and Sita was found by his father Janaka in a furrow of the land. I don't know how to say that in English. When you walk the land between the two, what do you call it? Depression of the land. Ditch. A ditch. Sita means ditch. Because carrying a great sacrifice, how Rama picked up the bow very easily and actually broke it and everything. So the whole story, they made many movies in India about that. So I'm going to take 20 minutes describing something all Rama, and while they were coming back, something very interesting. The sky became dark, and there were thunderbolts, and the whole. And there Lord Parashurama appeared. Who is Parashurama? I'm sure most of you know. Incarnation Narayana, actually, he's a Jivatattva, but he's still is an empowered incarnation of the Lord. The past in this world to kill Kshatriyas. He killed 21 generation of Kshatriyas. So when kings and soldiers, they are coming back all happy because of the soldier, and the first thing you see is Parashurama, you're worried. So everyone was in complete paranoia. And so Parashurama said, looking at Rama, he said, I know that you broke Lord Shiva's bow. Now take this bow, this other Vishnu can take. So Rama, at that point, only very few people could see, because everybody else was just stunned by the whole scene. And Ramachandra took the bow and strung it and sent an arrow to destroy the planets that Parashurama there with his. And then Parashurama saw the real form of Lord Rama as a force. So the Ramachandra was an incarnation of. Many years passed, everybody was happy, and nothing bad happened. So this is the end of Bhakti. What happens in Ayodhya Kanda? Ayodhya Kanda happened that Dasa became old. So he wanted to crown Rama as Yuvaraja. Yuvaraja means the how you call it? The successor. When he would retire to the forest, then he would become king. And everybody was happy. Who hated Ramachandra? Ramachandra was the best of everything you could imagine and hope. But there is always a but in the stories, otherwise the Ramayana would not happen. There was one person who didn't like Rama, and this person was called Mantara. Mantara was a hunchback of king or queen Kaikeyi, the second wife, the mother of Bharata, not the mother of Rama. Rama's mother is called and Kaikeyi also was happy because Ramachandra was the best of everything, you know. Started to say, you don't understand, you have no reason to be happy. You know, when Rama will become a king, he will kill your son. You know, he will put you in prison because he will be afraid of Bharata's power. To be sure that he will keep the throne, he will do this, he will do that. And so Kaikeyi became. He had two booms from Dasharat that she had not asked. So she had the right to receive two booms. So when she met Dasharat, she asked to banish Rama. Huh? To banish Rama in the forest for 14 years and to put Bharata on the throne. Of course, you can imagine the Dasharatha reaction. Rama had the right, the birthright to the throne. So he didn't want to do it. But when you promise, you must keep your promise. You cannot promise and then don't not do it. This is very bad. Satya. Be careful what you say. If you promise, you maintain it. So then Rama accepted without a problem his Vishnu throne or anything, and then he started to prepare for exile. His wife said, I will come. And I said, no, you cannot come. And Sita said, okay, I will just follow you. You cannot following you. And also his younger brother, Lakshmana, said, I will come also, I will help you. I want to do anything. Then they arrived, they started to go in the forest, and they arrived to a very beautiful place called Chitrakuta. Chitrakuta is, you must visit Chitrakuta. The atmosphere is just unbelievable atmosphere. And it's a very nice forest and birds all day. It's very nice. So, and they lived in Chitrakuta for some time, and while Lakshmana were in Chitrakuta, Dasharatha left his body. because he couldn't tolerate it to be away from his beloved son. He just left the body. When Bharata, well, at that time, Bharata and his younger brother Shatrughna, at the time when they were in Kekaya, otherwise they would not allow any of them to do. What happened, they immediately came back, they chastised their mother, and Bharata said, I will go to Chitrakuta to ask my brother to come back and take what is his rightful throne. Okay. Stories? Because I know that I'm babbling a little bit. In Italian would be better.
Since 7 a.m.
Okay, and also I just wrote, so forgive me my insufficient interpret English. So Bharata arrived in Chitrakuta, and Lakshmana and Rama said, no, I promised, again, Satyam, if you promise, you must promise my father, who is Brahminical also, and so I must stay for 14 years. So Bharata took slippers into shoes, and he said, I will put this inside the city doing austerities. This is how great Bharata was. He was a great personality. Don't forget Shatrughna and Lakshmana they were incarnation of the Chaturvyuha. Vasudeva, Sankarsana, Niruddha, Pradyumna, they were divine personalities. So, and they were just perfect in all the way. And Yoga Kanda started the third chapter, which is called Aranya Kanda. Aranya means forest. So, living in the forest. We have many stories, many stories. The stories of Virada, who was killed by Rama, the story of Sharabanga, and many stories. So we Ramayana. So I will just choose the most important for the story of the story. Very important meeting of Ramachandra with Agastya Muni. Agastya Muni is another very someone who get angry, how you say? Irate? Very easily irritated. And when he gets irritated, he destroys kingdoms, like he did the Dandakaranya. Today, at the desert in India, that is a big desert. You know, I think it's called the desert of Thar desert. That was a kingdom before, and there is a desert today because of Agastya Muni. That is where this desert is. It's basically at the end of the desert that today does not exist. Anyway, one day, they met a very big bird.
Thank you, Prabhu.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, have a great day. Thank you very much. So I wrote the Ramayana in the 80s when I was a young kid at that time, and then I translated I wrote it first in Italian and then in Spanish and then on my and really tell her I didn't write story. So whoever wants to read the Ramayana is here. This big bird was actually friendly. When Rama saw him, he said, are you a Rakshasa? Because if you are a Rakshasa, this is your last day of life. And he said, no, I'm a friend of your family. So, when you are out, I will, well, in an occasion, may remain alone in the cottage. Accepted the Jatayu help. Everyone Lord Ramachandra met in that forest was friendly, and one person, specific person, was not friendly. This person is called Shurpanaka, sister, younger sister. No? Ravana had two brothers and one sister. The younger brother was called Kumbhakarna. But the younger, Shurpanaka was a big monster, and he saw Rama, and he said, "It's beautiful, as you would say." And he said, Rama, he said, "I want you as my husband." And Rama said, "No, I already have a wife. This is my wife. And I promise not to," which is the best way. Although marry more than one wife, even in India, even to but Srila Prabhupada said to his disciple, only one. One is enough. And also one husband also is enough, and sometimes it's too much, even that. So we have to be satisfied with one. It's not divorce in Krishna consciousness. So, and Rama said, my brother, which is beautiful as me, there's no difference, and he is also married, but he has made the vow of marriage because Shurpanaka was ugly, was big, was huge. Actually, there is another. The Shurpanaka was not beautiful, was not ugly, because she transformed his body. So there are two ways. In the older Ramayana that I read, and I read 8 of them, I never found the Shurpanaka transformed herself in a beautiful girl. So anyway, whatever Shurpanaka was beautiful or ugly, this is not very important. And at that point, the whole thing became a little humorous. Said the wife, she's ugly, you're beautiful, he will give up a wife and marry you, this kind of Shurpanaka started to believe that Sita Devi was the obstacle to marrying Rama, and she attacked Sita. So Lakshmana was very quick. He cut his nose, he cut his ears, and some version of the Ramayana said he also cut his breasts. But today there is one holy place called Nasik in South India. Called Nasik. You still find, I saw pictures, etc. I've never been to Maharashtra. Considered very holy, because it's one of the 4 place. This is Nasik and Maharashtra. Actually, it's not the full Kumbh Mela. The full Kumbh Mela is only in Prayag, today you call it Allahabad, where we still call it Prayag. Because Prayag is the Vedic name. We respect that we don't accept Muslim names. So that is Prayag. And it's a conjunction with two, the Ganga, the Yamuna, and the Saraswati, which you don't see because it goes underground. But in that place, specific place is where the Maha Kumbh Mela takes place. Someone says every 440 to the Maha Kumbh Mela in Prayag. Beautiful. This is an experience. There's millions and millions and millions, who knows how many, where the Amrita falls down from the sky. You must be exactly the Yamuna, where the dark Yamuna, silver, Ganga meeting together exactly when the two waters hit your body. In that moment, at 6 in the morning, then the Yamuna, the Amrita. And the Amrita is, better to have it than not to have it. So, it's been an unforgettable experience of my life and anybody's life. Kumbh Mela. So, Shurpanaka ran away, cousins and friends, 14,000 were headed by a specific Rakshasa called Kara. Kara in Sanskrit means donkey. Okay. He was a fearful Rakshasa, but Rama killed all of them, all of the 14,000. At that point, Shurpanaka ran away and went. When I was a young boy, Sri Lanka was called Ceylon. His name is Sri Lanka. So Shurpanaka wants vengeance, and he went to Ravana. I'm cutting the story very much. So Shurpanaka writes to Sri Lanka and said to Ravana, and said, if you cannot even vindicate your own sister, who is going to respect you? And to Ravana, I'm cutting the story very much. So Shurpanaka writes to Sri Lanka and said to Ravana, and said, if you cannot even vindicate your own sister, who is going to respect you? And so he said yes. He said, it takes Sita as your wife. And he went to his two, and Rama and Lakshmana killed one, and with an arrow they pushed thousands of kilometers up to with a weapon called Vayavyastra. And he was India. And Maricha, after seeing Rama and understood who Rama was, then he became an hermit. Don't do that. This young king is very powerful. He will defeat you. Saying he will defeat you to Ravana is like, I don't know, say Mike Tyson that I can, put in KTO, That's how he felt. He felt nobody can kill me. And Ravana said, Maricha, you have a particular power that only you have. Anyone who can transform your body in an extremely beautiful golden deer. So take this form and go there and try to take the two brothers, Rama and Lakshmana, away from the ashram. And Marisha, he will work. Please go. And he said, he will kill me. And he said, well, he will kill you, I will kill you. So you're going to die anyway. So who do you prefer to be killed by? And Marisha thought, well, it's better to be killed by Rama than he transformed his body in a dream. And Sita, I want him. No, don't. We should not do that. This forest is full of rakshasa, of demons. It's not good. And Sita said, but Lakshmana will be. He will started to follow the golden deer. Then at that point, Marisha was instructed by Ravana to start screaming, yelling, help, help, help. And he said, your brother needs help, please go. And Lakshmana said, no, I cannot leave you alone, so I will not go. And then Sita became desperate and he said, you want your brother to die because you leave the fault. Lakshmana didn't even look at Sita's face. Ramayana says exactly that. Then Lakshmana never looked at Sita's face, but only to her lotus. But the Sita's words hurt Lakshmana to his most important thing or valor of his life, huh? Value of his life, which is to serve, was to respect Sita. So he accepted to go, but the wall, nobody can enter. But if you let anybody or anything, any animal enter, he will enter. If you go in India, of course most of you are Indians, there is something called a Lakshmana Rekha.
Kill roaches.
Huh? It's against cockroaches, like Ravana was a cockroach.
Yes.
Some white thing will there, and nothing can enter. Ants and cockroaches. And at that time, in the real Lakshmana Rekha, Ravana could not enter. And when Lakshmana went, and he saw that he couldn't enter, he started to say, oh, I'm a sannyasi, I'm old, and I'm sick, please, I need something. And Sita accepted to let Ravana enter, and this is the moment that Lakshmana was waiting for, and Ravana killed. That he was protecting Sita, but he was very easily defeated and almost killed, almost because he would leave for a few minutes waiting for Rama to tell him what happened to his wife. And then the chariot of Ravana flew to while the chariot was flying, Sita saw some strange personalities down, and he took some scarf or some jewel and threw it down. And you'll see in a few minutes who they were. They were the Vanara. To take. Then Jatayu said to Rama with his last voice, your wife was kidnapped by Sita. Another demon that that Ramachandra killed, whose name was Kabata, who told him who will help. And it spoke about the Vanara. Vanara is this is a of monkeys. No, South. It's about Maharashtra. Kishkinda is an, I think it's still in Maharashtra. Not very south, but it was from advice, instruction to Rama. The chapter finishes here, ends here, and begins the next chapter. So there was Rama, and the first was Hanuman. In India, even Krishna. I mean, Krishna is not this wrong, but there is no Indian who doesn't know Hanuman. Hanuman is the Bhakti, is the devotee.
I don't think so.
Yeah, Hanuman everywhere in India where you go. Even if you go on the Himalaya, when I went, not Shiva and Hanuman, Shiva and Hanuman everywhere. So Hanuman meet Rama, and he arranges a kind of agreement with Sugriva. To tell very briefly, there were two brothers. One was called Bali, and the other was called Sugriva. Bali was the king, and one day there was a challenge. They went after this demon, and the demon entered a very deep cave, and I will come back. Vali did not come back, and one day he heard very loud cries, and he said, and he thought that those cries were coming from his brother, that the demon had killed Bali. So he took a huge boulder and, how you say? Blocked the exit of the. But Bali was not. He was killed. That his brother did that because he wanted him to be. Which he was not. And he said, specific place he could not enter because of the curse. Stop, I'm not going to tell now. So Sudhir place because of the curse of the Muni Matanga. So Ramachandra killed Bali because Sugriva told him, if you Bali died, this is one controversy in India, not in India, but everyone who knows Vedic philosophy or Puranic history or know there were so many people liked. The philosophy. So Sugriva became king. And Sugriva was just enjoying life, but then at the end, the Vanaras started to go all over. Hanuman group arrived near to Kanyakumari, which is the very end of India. And there he met a vulture called Sampati. This Sampati was the brother of Jatayu. To tell Rama, yes, I saw Ravana. He was flying in the sky. I saw him. And Sampati said, yes, I know where they are. They are in Lanka. It's an island. So Hanuman said, okay, now is the time to go back. But actually, first I want to go to Lanka. To see who Ravana is, who is the Rakshasas and everything, and Hanuman prepared to jump to Lanka. Don't ask me how Hanuman could make this jump, because it's a long story, and today we don't have many hours. But it is in the Ramayana, so read it. So now begin the Sundarakanda. Sundara means beautiful, very, very beautiful. Hanuman begin. So Hanuman went to Lanka. There are many encounters with various demons. Stai is also the deep story. Then at the end, he could find Sita in a very nice garden. It was called the Ashoka Garden. And at that time, Hanuman could speak to Sita and tell her, if you want, just jump on me. I will carry you back. I will free you up. And Sita said, no, this is not good. Because what people will say about my husband, they will say that my husband, is not powerful enough then he had to do it himself. So Hanuman meets with Ravana, devastates Lanka, just put it in fire, not completely. Very important, and killed also very important generals on Ravana's side, and then they went back. Sundarakanda. We had the sixth chapter called Yuddhakanda. What Yuddha means? Yuddha means war. The war at the time, Vedic time, is not bombing cities, which is the most disgusting thing one person can do. Not soldier, the soldier. The place they fight between the war. Mahabharata was not the war between the Pandavas, the Kura was not fought in Hastinapur, was fought in Kurukshetra, there was nothing. You don't kill women, children, warriors. This is, I don't think, in my heart, I don't find adjectives just to describe how disgusted I feel at the way in Kali Yuga we fight. What I want to say is that do you know why one reason are not the ones who go into fight. Whether we think it thrice or 10 times, be victim of the war or killing. This is Vedic culture. Vedic culture. There are many wars in our history, but never was fought in cities killing innocent. Clash between the Vanaras, the Ramachandra with his Vanaras and the Rakshasa. Stories. It's a big chapter. It's the biggest chapter. It's about the description of these Rakshasas, how Ravana and his sons, the Kumbhakarna, the came and was killed at the end by Rama, etc. Indrajit was very powerful. His birth name was Meghanada, and after he was called Indrajit because he was so powerful that he could defeat Indra. And he could conquer Indra fight. So, but at the end, Lord Ramachandra killed Ravana, of course, and at the end, and there is another famous called Diwali is Hindi. In Sanskrit, Deepavali. Deepa means little fires, like this. And Lord Rama, after being away for so many years, pretended it was a pastime, pretended he didn't remember where Ayodhya is. So the citizens of Ayodhya, they prepared hundreds of kilometers. Give weeks. Little you will go back to it's a place that we observe. Of course there are other stories concerning Deepavali, but now we are telling. Uttarakanda is the last of the Ramayana, and there are stories are particularly important. One is the story of Ravana, of the Rakshasas, how the Rakshasas. The second story is about the birth and youth of Hanuman. So if you want to know about the Rakshasas, if you don't know the story, you don't understand Mahabharata, you don't understand the Purana, what to speak about Matsya. These two stories are very basic. Then Sita became pregnant to tell Rama. And I heard that he was criticized by some, very few, but some of the citizens, they were criticizing him because if my wife goes off with another man, should I, how do we know that Sita didn't do anything sinful in Ravana's house? If a woman goes and stays for some time in somebody else's house, this then exile Sita. But Rama didn't know that his wife was pregnant. And Sita stayed in Valmiki Muni's ashram, and his two sons took how one day Rama asked Shatrughna to go to a city which is very famous, the city of Mathura. Mathura was founded by Shatrughna, and there was a demon called Ravanasura, and founded the city of Ayodhya. He went through Valmiki's Ramayana and he understood the Kushalava with Rama's sons. But Agastya, by Valmiki asked Shatrughna not to tell Rama because he wanted his sons to tell him the story. Your son. Then there is the story of Dandakaranya, which is the story that of the desert that I hinted before. And Valmiki went to Ayodhya. The sons of Ramachandra told the story, so Rama came to know that he had two sons. And one day, the Rama, Bharata, Shatrughna, Lakshmana had to go back to the spiritual world. And his kingdom was so perfect, so good, that even today in India, because they have more agriculture than us. But if you want to call kingdomship, the trio of group, this is called the Ramaraja. Kingdom is the best way to be a king. Blesses everyone to hear the Ramayana to become a true devotee of the Lord. So although my story, devotee. So if there is any question, I'm here, I will answer.
Lord Ramachandra's relationship. Oh, I didn't hear too much about Lord Ramachandra's relationship with I think the youngest brother. I don't remember his name. The one with an S.
Bharata, two twins. There are in the Ramayana, the encyclopedia, the Ramayana, 20 things. There is some description of the relationship between Rama and his younger brother, but not so much. It doesn't make a big part of the story the way, of course, it's all they were loving all together, were always together, while Rama and Lakshmana, they were always together like this. They were played, they learned the art of warfare from the same masters, etc., etc. But there is no a whole story about these four between them. When Rama married Sita, Lakshmana married the youngest sister. I don't remember. Urmila. While I have people who knows Narayana better than me. So, and Bharata is Shatrugna of Janaka. Is this correct?
Yes.
Do you know the names?
Shrutakirti.
Uh-huh.
And the other one.
So great.
One is Shrutakirti.
I have it. In the Mahabharata, in the Ramayana you find. Very, very nice. Itihasa is this. By Itihasa is very specific, and the only why there is a difference between Itihasa and Puranas? Because the Itihasa, they are the base. If you study the Vishnu Purana or Matsya Purana or Garuda Purana, any Purana, without having read the Mahabharata before, you won't understand it. You will read it, but you won't connect the dots, the historical, or even is the one who is closer to us, because the Mahabharata period was written while the Ramayana was millions of years ago. So the Mahabharata is more, let's say, help me.
Relevant?
Huh? Relevant. It's more relevant to us. So the Mahabharata is more important, but the Ramayana also should be read.
It was Shrutakirti was a wife of Shatrugna, Mandavi was a wife of Bharat, and Urmila was a wife.
Yes. Well, now I want to read it.
I have a comment
Yonya Kanda, Vesida Diendo, Malakanda. So here, Sita Rama marriage, Bharata. Mana married Sita's sister. Janaka had a brother called Kushatraja, who has two daughters. Bharata and Shatrugna joined Kushatraja, two daughters. It is not said the names of them, but if they say the Ramayana, they were so the concern how big the book would be was a serious concern because you had to print it as pay money. If you want to sell a book, then it cannot be more than 200 pages because otherwise you spend a lot of money. You're not going to sell it them all. You're going to lose it. So for me, there was a serious concern how long the book. Now it's no problem. You can write a book of 1,000 pages and you don't have to spend 1 cent. Actually, if I will leave enough, then I want to give both of my 100,000 verses. I'm already working on it, and my desire is also to give verse by verse to the Ramayana. Let's see if Krishna will give me more years to live. But I think Cassandra.
Yes.
He's
So-
coming.
I did leave.
He's leaving? He is a part of the play.
So there's a pastime the memoir of Yamuna, of Mother Yamuna, and Srila Prabhupada once was speaking to Janaki, and Janaki had very, very upset, and she's just really, really, really sad. And Prabhupada sees her and he says, the Janaki, it's okay. He's like, just go with Yamuna and take Hari Mataji's and just go somewhere and just read it. And she went and to deal with her miscarriage and everything. Her sister and everyone there, and she was able to overcome such some reading the Ramayana. So it really gave me a lot of faith to read it because it must really help in something like miscarriage.
These books give you an awful amount of philosophy, not only the story. The story in itself is purifying. They are real stories. So just to tell the story in itself is purifying. But also it helps us to put a lot of things into perspective. Like the death of children, for instance. And how we speak about karma, but what karma can be done? I was 2 years old, or even before having born. So it tells us about karma. Your soul that is that he was living before. Nice stories who appear very sad, but if you know what happened before, then you say, okay, this that I like to tell among the many stories can be tell the story of Ganga and Shantanu. That is at the beginning of the Mahabharata. You must have read it. So Ganga was killing all her sons. And then there was a story. His sons were 8 offense by sage. The sage cursed them, and they said, "We accept to go on earth, but because only he took the cows." Then he because they wanted to die, they wanted to go back to their world. So while in ignorant people will just cry and cry, this we must become more intelligent. We must have more knowledge. Knowledge will free us from all misgivings of this life simply by learning philosophy. I know that in certain circumstances, this philosophy may sound cynical. Eternity of soul is true. You cannot kill or be killed because the body doesn't live. So you can destroy the body. How much you can cry if your car gets an accident? You know, you can say, okay, sorry, I had to buy another car. But you will not cry and cry and cry. Oh, it was not living. So the soul is not killed either. This is the ABC of Bhagavad Gita. The soul is not, cannot be killed, even if you. This philosophy may. Of course, we cannot go out. It's eternal. We present ourselves in front of people. Of course, we are sorry. Others, but at the same time, we have to know. You need to read. Sorry?
What's your favorite pastime in the Navami?
My favorite.
You mentioned two earlier that were like the basic.
Well, there's a story of the Rakshasa and the story of Hanuman. I like the story of Rakshasa because, I'm a devotee, I shouldn't be so interested into the Rakshasa story. First time, because I did. When I was the first Rakshasa, I actually was not. Since I am a philosopher and a historian, when I read the story of the Rakshasa, because finally everything made sense. Why they are called Rakshasa and why the Rakshasa went to Lanka, why he conquered Lanka, while before he was occupied by Kuvera, his brother, and the whole story of his father and his father, etc. For the historian, is simply beautiful. Okay, Dhananjaya Prabhu up means stop. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Raj, for kindly giving us an association. So we'll take prasad. Circulating, so I just wanted to. And if anybody has any questions. Hare